and is still there.
Yes,
when Nigerians are gathered, the Asian person stands out for intelligence, spokesmanship, innovation, industry, resourcefulness, political sagacity, etc., etc. When the Asian person stands to talk, it is with boldness, born out of conviction, truth, and singleness of purpose. At the middle of his speech, his or her fans emerges from tens of hundreds to thousands. When he or she pauses to sit, the ovation becomes the consequent accompaniment. They are magnanimous in expression, actions, and presentations. Whenever there is a gathering of the Asian people or her extended family, a line from a recent jingle on television runs this: other animals took to their hiding at the roaring of a lion. The super duper manifestation of a person of Asian ancestry are awesome. They may not be too big a people. They may have started when others are already ahead. But when the Asian person starts, he overtakes with speed. This is the truth, and it has already assumed a might of its own. A few specific here may suffice. In the Nigeria political history, for instance, certain individuals of the Asian stock have so much established their mark that in discussing the polity, the discussion will assume the form of personality review. This is because such dramatic personnel were or are more of deities than mere politicians. One of such personalities is Chief Anthony Enauru. He is the elder statesman of great renown who joined in the struggle and fight for political freedom from our colonial master. Till date, he holds the record of being the youngest editor of a national newspaper, the position he held when he was barely 20 years of age. Also worthy of mention is Chief Anthony Aneni. Love him or hate him, you will always concede to him that he is a political strategist of mythical proportion. This is just to mention but a few. If you take entertainment industry as another case in point, you cannot but recognize and doff your heart for the contributions of the Asian man and woman. The Asian cultural traditional dance, for instance, are second to none. These are no longer history, as it flicks, as if visible for us to see, even today. Have you forgotten our own inimitable citizen, King Socio-economic of blessed memory, the originator of consensual revolutionary music, one of the first Nigerian African musicians who took the music of the Black Africans in Africa to the Western world. Have you also forgotten our own Aigbe Okosun dance, which is rated the very best among African dancers? Some people are known to be productive in every area of life endeavor. Blessed with natural endowment skilled in varieties of crop production. An Esan woman can in fact set the table with the proceeds from the farm, which implies that every item needed to make the food and soup.
Thank you for patiently waiting to listen to us while the narration concerning the greatness of Esan's sons and daughters is being narrated on the background of this program this evening. Welcome to Esan Talk Show. I greet you all out there, audience. For those of you that just get to know about Esan Focus Association, even though you are not here live while we are doing this talk show to engage our Esan sons and daughters worldwide, I implore you that when you come across these broadcasts, after we are out here, please endeavor to follow this page by pressing the like button and also clicking on the follow button. Also do all Esan sons and daughters by also pressing the share button to share to Esan sons and daughters that you have there on your Facebook page as your friends. Share to your friends, share to your family as well. I greet you all this evening. Welcome on board. By name, I am Aigbe Okosun. Over to you, our host. Thank you for joining us once again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I am Ozzy Omoloabi. I'm the Speaker of Esan Focus Association. It's a joy and a pleasure having the opportunity to speak to yourselves today.
Thank you very much.
I will now talk a little bit about the association, if that's okay with you, Honorable Chairman.
Okay. Let me quickly do in the introduction from my side. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Esan Worldwide Association. Thank you. Esan Focus Association, which is EFA, Esan Focus Association. Introduction. Yes, it is needful for us to know about Esan Focus Association. What is our aim? What is our objective? What are we really focusing on? What are we focusing on at? So these are all embedded on our aims and objectives. Esan Focus Association, our aims and objective is to champion the developmental strides of developing Esan land like never before. But first of all, Esan Focus Association is a movement that is focused towards the unity of the Esan people worldwide. Our aims, like I rightly stated not quite long, our aims and objective is to champion the developmental strides of developing the Esan land like never before. 2, to push towards industrialized Esan land. 3, to project socio-political engagement where no tribe or group is marginalized in Edo State or in Nigeria at large. 4, to teach and emphasize on the need of the use of Esan language in Esan land and the need for Esan sons and daughters to always name and call their children by Esan names, knowing fully well that we are Esans and not British. 5, to annually commemorate and celebrate the Esans heroes and heroines, even though some of them happen to travel and remain in the present day Benin City because of the defense power they produce or they introduced and implemented there in the later day Benin City, and then they later died there at their old age. we remember Uropota, now the Uropota Hall. So this number 5 of this our objectives, aims and our objectives, is to annually commemorate. It is needful for us to commemorate and celebrate the hero and heroines of Esan land. And number 6, which is the least but not the last, to revive our cultural heritage and implementing of our cultural identities / customs in and outside Edo State. This is to say, whether you live in Esan land or you are living outside Esan land, it is your obligation for you to implement Esan culture by living in accordance to Esan tradition, customs, and culture. So this is the brief introduction of Esan Focus Association. I greet you all. Thank you once again for listening attentively to Esan Focus Association introduction. Though we are going to do official launching of Esan Focus Association on ground, where we shall invite Esan sons and daughters, prominent sons and daughters of Esan people, to come alongside with us as we officially launch Esan Focus Association. Thank you, everyone. And over to you, Honorable Speaker of Esan Focus Association.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okosun, Honorable Chairman. Thank you so much. Well, if I can add to that as well, the Esan Focus Association was born out of the desire to bring Esan to the world and the world to Esan. There currently is no one resource to easily find information about Esan. So Esan Focus Association aims to be or become that singular resource. We have come to the realization that the current status of the Esan economy is due to a failing currency and economy, as we're all aware of, and also the mass exodus of Esan people out of Esan. This exodus began with the loss of Esan's children through urbanization and migration. The children of Esan have ended up in the Americas, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and Asia. Some Esan heads are calling on all people of Esan descent to come back home and build the Esan which we want. Due to colonization, Esan and her children on the continent and abroad are a wounded people, and we need healing. Esan Focus Association was formed to champion the developmental strides and heal these wounds by helping reconnect all people of Esan descent with our roots in Esan, the motherland. Our aims and objectives are to champion the developmental strides of Esan land sectors like culture, fashion, agriculture, digital technology, education, engineering and architecture, finance, healthcare, legal, media, mining and materials, small businesses and trade and investment. If you have any interests and ideas in any of these sectors, we would welcome you to join our show to discuss the current status of these sectors and your ideas for a strategy and where Esan could further develop these sectors. With the help of our diasporas, we could run campaigns and projects in research funding, invention and innovation, farming, fashion, production, women empowerment, youth empowerment. We are aware that there are initiatives already underway and they're doing very well in Esan. We may be able to house all Esan development initiatives all under one umbrella. We would ideally like more people who are running initiative projects to please come forward and discuss the progress of their initiative as to raise more awareness and campaign funding. A lot of our people in diasporas are keen to know our Asa. We are keen to read more books. There should be more books that will support Asa's sons and daughters in learning more about themselves. Our diasporas, as it stands, only have a couple of books available to us. This means that there's a huge market available for ASAM books. Our diasporas are keen to learn more about ourselves and our culture, our language, our traditional religion, about our names. This is our current focus. Back to you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you for buttressing and then reiterating on our aims, objectives as well. Thank you very much. And then in all this, first of all, we are looking into, because we talked about making sure we stride towards industrialized Eastern land. First of all, we must be able to acknowledge the viabilities that are there in Eastern land to be able to get Eastern land industrialized. We're looking at all viabilities of making it possible to industrialize Eastern land. First of all, we look into the farming sector, we look into our faction, we look into implementing refineries, not refineries, we look into implementing factory, so to say. We look into implementing companies, working companies. Now, we already know that there is already a laid down sketch on ground already. Like if we go to Urumi in Eastern land, we'll be able to acknowledge that there is already the cassava mill that was brought by the government and abandoned. Is this to say this was to cajole the Eastern people? Because if we look at it holistically, we'll get to understand, to realize that when it comes to industrialization, when it comes to Eastern land becoming a land whereby youths are employed, when it comes to roads in Eastern land being fixed, we know that politically Eastern land is counted out. Now, this is to say, this is direct way of marginalizing a group of people. People whereby when election time comes, ballot paper will get to even their interior villages, but infrastructure will never get there. We look into it whereby the development that is even brought on board in Edo State are all being recycled continuously within Benin City. We talk about roads, the roads that are being fixed by the present day governor or government and even the past government. What they do, they recycle fixing of roads within the Benin City, like as if Benin City is only Edo State. So this is gross marginalization. And we as some people, without being sagalicious, without being abusive, we ought to stand up and call for the necessity to be done. And alongside with us, with that, we also need to be doing the necessity in our land. And then we will also be holding the government responsible for this gross marginalization. Now, looking at the viability of industrializing Eastern land, let us set our gaze towards the cassava mill that is out there in Urumi in Eastern land. Now, if this cassava mill is functioning, there will be job opportunity for the Esan people, for Edo State people at large. And that will bring food to the table of most people in Edo State and in Esa land. That is development per se. So we must see the need to emphasize more on industrializing Esa land, bringing industries, bringing factories, bringing company, or elevating Esa land to the way it will attract investors in Esa land. Now, what is the government doing about this cassava mill? What is the government doing about this fruit juice out there in Esa land that has become an abandoned project? What are they doing about our roads? Because the people that are supposed to come into Esa land to make that place to become motorable, there is no road even linking to most parts of Esa land. The people who are supposed to be attracted to come and invest, there is no good road for them to be able to get their ways into Esa land. So we are looking at lighting up Esa land. We are looking at making sure that Esa land, the roads therein in Esa land, they are all fixed. Sorry about that. They are all fixed. Because if there are no good road connections to areas, to community in Esa land, even though we have all viability to industrialize Esa land, the people who are looking into it to say, I would love to go into Esa land to invest there, they will not like to come. So this is why we, the Esan people, we must stand up together in making sure that we begin to look into political arena, look into political wings, and begin to call the attention of the government to make sure that the roads, streets, close, avenue that are there in Esa land are being fixed. Then we will now begin to look at this viability to industrialize Esa land for real. We talk about our faction. We talk about farming sector. We know fully well that Esa land is the food basket of the state. Whether some persons choose to argue it or not, Esa land is the food basket of the state. Most of the state, or more than 50% of the food crops that goes into Edo State come from Esa land as well. So what are we looking in? How are we making sure that when it comes to agriculture, there is empowerment, agricultural empowerment to the local people? Now, this is where we ought to set our gaze on as Esan people, but there are things we ought to start doing organically by ourselves. Because a time will come, if the government fail to give us listening ear, then what we shall embark onto is Esan state. Because if we are not glued together, Esan is big enough to become state of its own. Esan is big enough to be able to champion the development of Esans. If we are not glued together as a people in one state, Esan will be able to be accountable for their resources. Now, follow the terms of my words, viewer out there. If this marginalization continues, if this way of ignoring a group of people continues, the Esan people will have no other choice but to embark for the call of the creation of Esan state. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Thank you. There are a lot of voices out there. They have raised a lot of issues Within the years. I've been looking in from the diasporas. I'm trying to figure out exactly where we are lacking as a people. First of all, I embarked on the journey of trying to find out how much information we have about ourselves as a people. How much information can the people who are in diasporas have to find out about ourselves? And the more I looked, the more I saw that, for instance, we don't really have use of an encyclopedia. There hardly is any information out there for ourselves to get hold of. Like I spoke or discussed or touched on previously, we hardly have any knowledge base, any books available within the diasporas. Now, when you look at the government issues as well, you will find out that the government seems to have issues with its public administration. Like, for instance, when trying to find out how many people are unemployed, we have very little data on that. I mean, if a person is not unemployed, they are employed, or they are retired, or they have unfortunately passed away, or they are not within the country, or they are not seeking employment. So there's huge issues with the statistics which we have available to ourselves to find out how many people are unemployed. If we know how many people are unemployed, then you can know how far a lot of people have been marginalized. So we have a lot of issues with public administration, it seems like. A lot of people say that the government seems like it's not after what benefits the people. There's not a lot of people that have opportunity to help develop their land as well. A developing nation like Nigeria needs government intervention. It needs its web pages, its state web pages to be able to work and function correctly. It needs a lot of financing. It needs a lot of investment. There are a lot of people who spend money investing on their own children, school fees, from a pupil to students to graduation. Now, we value education a whole lot within the South region, within the state. And yes, when we go to university, we are educating ourselves, but we also expect something back from our investments. We hope that there would be jobs available for ourselves so that we can continue our practice, the areas which we have studied, spent years studying in, whether a degree, a PhD, a doctorate. So a lot of people say that Nigeria's government is a caricature of British colonialism. And that has led to the people's awareness being a little bit held back or slow. That's because a lot of people minds are not geared up or educated towards development. Now, we are hungry people, filled with hopelessness through the years, through failed governments, and some people lack the will. A lot of people don't trust the government anymore, so they hardly come out to register themselves as unemployed, for instance. Now, the government wants a lot of our people to wait until tomorrow. That's their vision, that's their mission for Africa. Whilst people, if you compare ourselves with Europe or the rest of the world, you'll find out that it will take hundreds of years, if not 700 years, 1,000 years, to unfortunately earn as much as what you would call a developed state, developed nation. So we are currently behind on the current status of, for instance, the Europeans. This is through no fault of ours. It's a decline in economy, a decline in currency, a failing economy. So there are people who are holding ASAN development meetings. We feel that they should be feeding back some information on the future, on the development of ourselves as a people, so the people can better understand the future strategy, so people can be able to make a decision on their futures and on their children's futures. As we're aware of, on the ground right now, people returning back to universities have been hit with increased costs of living. That has immediately forced some people to contact their family members or their friends to assist their children through housing in university. I mean, this should not be the case, but everywhere the food prices are increasing, the cost of living is increasing, and people are trying their best, but we need more government intervention. We need more strategies. We need more businesses, you know. And the local government council in Nigeria, they have no economic or political autonomy, as the state governments are controlling them. So all these things, there are many issues that needs to be discussed. There are many issues facing our people, holding the state back. This brings on knowledge, and there's a lot of people, maybe 56% of people are underemployed or unemployed within the state. 56% sounds like it's a whole lot of people who are unemployed. So there's huge issues with development within the states, within our land. So we would like to hear from a lot of people about, how they feel and what sort of progress we would have or we are expecting as a people to better educate and raise awareness for our people so that they are better equipped, better geared to be able to make a decision for the future for themselves and their children.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Quickly, let's go for like a minute break and then quickly come back again.
And he's still there.
Thank you very much. We are still speaking on the viability that are out there in ASAN land in making sure that ASAN land becomes industrialized part of those states. And then I want to quickly fix our gaze towards ASAN land in particular. This is to say we need to be optimistic now while we are engaging the public, because we are ASANs, and then everything that has happened and that is happening, that has been happening when it comes to those states in particular, because first of all, we need to first of all talk about what is affecting us in ASAN land when it comes to the governmental leadership in the states. Now, before we begin to go into Nigeria at large, we must be able, first of all, to look into how ASAN land is being captured for. We must be able to know where the ASAN people has been cheated, which is there for us to see. Before, we've been waiting for people to bring report to us, to come tell us this is the rate of unemployment. We have been able to rationalize, to get to understand that when you even talk about the rate of unemployment in Edo State, if you're having 10% outside 100%, 10% employment outside 100%, the Esan people are not up to 2% in that 10% that are fused into job. That's by the wayside. I repeat again emphatically that we should please, first of all, focus our gaze towards Esan land. We need to be optimistic because this is Esan Focus Association. We are focused directly towards Esan people, towards Esan land. And like I have said before, if this obvious marginalization upon the Esan people continues, the Esan will have no choice than to embark for the creation of Esan State. I will quickly draw our mind back to when we were Bende State. And the people of today that are now Delta State, they felt that they are not attended to adequately. They felt that they are under supremacy leadership. They felt that they are in a place or in a state where a part of people is seen as most relevant, and they deem it fit to agitate for the creation of their state that eventually gave birth to the Delta State of today. Now, in that Delta State, there are also a people that is known as Warri Kingdom. And in this Warri Kingdom, there are also a group of people that are crying that they are being marginalized as well. The Wado, what is now called Wado City, the Wado City now, the Urhobo people, they want their Wado City because supremacy concepts has been embedded where the Ishekiri people now see themselves as the supreme, and the Urhobo people are the less relevant people. So, with all this, the Urhobo people are equally agitating for their own city, which is the Wado City. And we see a lot of our people out there on media. When I say our people, our Edo people, that are saying, I stand with the Urhobo people. Now, let us now come back to Esan land to begin to envisage and look at where we has been long being marginalized. The Esan people only enjoy good government during the era of Ambrose Ali. After the era of Ambrose Ali comes in Samuel Ogbemudia, and after then, all the governors that has been produced in Edo States, you know what they do? They fix their gaze towards Benin City like as if Benin City is only the part of Edo State. When we talk about fixing roads that will attract investors, because if the road is not motorable, investors will not be attracted, no matter how fertile your land ceases to be. These governors, they recycle fixing of road within only Benin City, and thus making Esan land in interior parts of Benin, making Esan land interior, making Esan land undeveloped. We talk about infrastructure, ballot buses we get into all our interior villages that are interior by reason of the government that has abandoned our land. Ballot paper will get into there, but infrastructure will never get there on the long run. After they emerge as governors, what happened? They start fixing road only within Benin City. What about other cities in Esan land? What about other cities in Afemai land? And so many other places. So this is why we, first of all, our primary obligation is to focus on Esan land. That is our primary obligation. We are looking into our viability there in Esan land. Is it viable to industrialize Esan land? Oh yes, very, very viable to industrialize Esan land. This is the viability we are looking into. First of all, we must rightly sensitize our people when it comes to voting. It has been assessed, it has been always assessed after votes has been casted in Edo State. And the Edo State governor will come to tell us, or the government of Edo State will come to tell us that the vote that comes from Esan land is not up to 20%. Now, why is this happening? It is because the Esan sons and daughters are voting erroneously. We have Esan sons and daughters that are living in Benin City, that were born and brought up in Benin City. And if these Esan sons and daughters want to vote, they remain in Benin City and vote there. On the long run, after vote has been casted, the vote of these Esan sons and daughters are counted to the Edo votes. In Nigeria, in the world at large, indigenous people that are living outside their state of origin or their land of origin or their local government area, their constituents, indigenous people that are living outside there, when voting time comes, they all travel back to their respective local government area to go cast their vote there. The Hausa people, they travel back to go cast their votes in their local governments in the north. The same thing, we have Yoruba people living in Edo State. You won't see them casting their votes in Edo State. We have Edo people who are schooling in Ekpoma and living there. You won't see them, Edo people, casting their votes there. So we, the Esan people, we are voting erroneously because when you look into Benin City and look into all the transport buses that we have there, for example, and the passengers that are inside these transport buses, public transport bus, there is never a time you will not find Esan persons, Esan people inside that bus, because Esan people are residing in Edo State as well. They built their house and living there. Esan mothers and Esan fathers are there. So we are voting erroneously. My plea to our Esan sons and daughters is that we must, from henceforth, start voting rightly by going back to our local government area, our respective local government area, to go cast our vote there. By going back to our respective local government area to go cast our vote there. That is number one. Then let us fix our gaze towards industrializing Esan land. We now need to start. We have Esan people who are rich, who are wealthy across the states and across the world. We are all rushing to Benin City because our place is left uncatered for. We're rushing to Benin City to come and invest in Benin City. We must begin to take our investment back to our respective community in Esan land. We must team up together to begin to make caterpillars available. We will be able to do it. You saw the Atanakma security network in Edo State vigilante. You saw how we were able to buy horses. You saw how we were able to buy motorcycle for them and get them equipped. We can do much more better than that if we really understand the ASAN unity for real. Because ASAN Focus Association is a movement that is focused towards the ASAN unity worldwide, or the unity of the ASAN people worldwide. Now, we must begin to come together where the government is cheating us, then we will now begin to stand up to start helping ourselves in those areas. And if this cheating continues, then we will have no choice than to push for the creation of ASAN state. I am calling on all ASAN sons and daughters to come become member of this association, the ASAN Focus Association, EFA, where we are going to put our resources together to begin to buy caterpillars or to begin to rent caterpillars and begin to grade all our roads and begin to make sure our roads are tied and begin to make sure the streets that are there in our local government area, that are there in our respective community, these streets are adequately registered into local government area. The street that has no name in ASAN land will begin to name them. For example, Itoya Street, Eizogi Street, Eikyoya Street, Osalumesele Street, so on and so forth, so that when you're driving in ASAN land, you'll be able to use navigation to navigate your ways towards every places or anywhere you want to go. This is what we'll begin to be doing for ourselves. It is very, very okay for us to point out places where we are cheated in ASAN land, but it is very, very wise as well for us to begin to fix ourselves by ourselves, so that if we get our state created, we will start from where we stop. ASAN focus on ASAN land. This is what this program is all about. Let's channel our gaze towards ASAN land. Let's begin to look at all viability possibilities that are there in ASAN land. Let's begin to draw the attention of people to reach ASAN sons and daughters, where they will be able to come to ASAN land to come and invest in ASAN land. When we even talk about musical industry, our music that is not being promoted, we will start promoting our music by ourselves. We look at hospital, there is no general hospital there for you to go and be treated and say, okay, you are looking for blood to even buy for you to be able to transfer to someone who need blood. There is none there. So we have to begin to look at all these areas in ASAN land and draw the attention of ASAN sons and daughters worldwide towards these places. Viewers out there, I implore you that if you've not shared this broadcast, please share the broadcast, comment, like, and as well, and then for you to always have notification that the ASAN Focus Association is live or has made any posts, you ought to press the follow button, follow this page. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Speaker, ASAN Focus Association. Don't know if you have a lot of things or more things to draw our attention to.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well said, Honorable Chairman. Yeah, just to quickly add, we are seeking for, we are waiting for the economic sector leaders to take the lead, and not until we have revolutionaries, then we will remain where we are. So the people are hungry, and when the people are hungry, then no meaningful thing comes out from a hungry person, from a hungry man. We have seen where the governments have let the people down in terms of good governance. They have failed to provide the basic, which is your strategy, that's your planning, your security, and your economy as well. So they are trying somewhat for and focusing on infrastructure. But still, they need more emphasis on transport as well too. There are cases where they are falling behind quite a lot, to be quite honest. And with the insecurities, it pushes everybody back in terms of the development going forward. we don't have the correct town planning. You know, we don't have the correct information for town planning. In other cities around the world, you would be able to know that there would be a limit, for instance, to how many hairdressers or mechanics that you could place within a community. Now, we don't have the correct town planning to be able to limit some businesses and find alternatives, you know, seek more revenue in other different types of businesses. A lot of people can't afford healthcare as well too. I'm just raising up the issues, some of the issues facing our people. So this is more reason for, you know, for people to be able to travel back to their respective areas and to be able to vote as well too. And be able to, we should be able to know what areas diasporas could be able to invest in as well. You know, we should be able to know what the cost of running and investing in businesses are. There's a lot of people in diaspora that are keen to provide projects and initiatives with funding, but more so we know that more businesses are needed. If the diasporas had more information on what the cost of businesses were, they would have more ideas of where they could invest in, because we need more people employed. And this would help us, you know, this would reduce the poverty. As it stands, with people unable to go to the farm, to continue with farming, and with the increase in insecurity, this will lead to famine. This will lead to a shortage of food. This is why the government also is calling for a lot of people to head back to the farms, because it itself has predicted that there will be a food shortage. The failing naira, or the falling naira, and a failing economy, that along with the lack of electricity, will increase unemployment due to failed businesses. These are the predictions. Although it is very negative, and we are looking for positivity. This is why we are trying to drive forward ASAM Focus Association. So we have better strategies in place and more action that could limit a worsening situation or a bad prediction of the future. So we are keen in diasporas and at home. We are keen to see more development. We are always excited and waiting every day for good news. We are keen to have more developments and see more developments. We want to enjoy the developments of ASAN land along with yourselves. And a lot of people are keen to invest in the people. So, yes, I believe if we have more voices coming forward, that will be able to tell us the situation on the ground and ways that we can strategize on the future. I think that is what also, you know, that would greatly help our situation when we come together more as a people to solve these issues that we have. As long as we try to speak with one voice, we'll be able to see more developments in future.
Exactly.
That is all I have to add to the, you know, yes.
Exactly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You've done more justice to the view of ASAN Focus, looking at areas where we need to bring to the attention of ASAN sons and daughters, in letting them know that in this particular area, you'll be able to invest, you'll be able to bring in business. But in ASAN Focus Association, we are obligated in going to the field of ASAN land to go verify, to go see the possibilities of bringing our ASAN sons and daughters to come and invest in ASAN land. We will start advertising this viability therein in ASAN land, so that our people in diaspora, a lot of ASAN sons and daughters that are millionaires, billionaires, that they don't really have a clue on what to invest in, what to invest on in ASAN land. So this responsibility is resting upon our shoulders as ASAN sons and daughters that are championing the ASAN Focus Association, because this is all the area we are focusing on, we're setting our gaze on, for we to be able to bring to the awareness of ASAN sons and daughters that this is a place, a suitable place for you to invest. Now, we're looking at being able to have more bakery in ASAN land. We will do a whole lot of documentary on that. Being able to have more, what is it called, sawmill, where wood, timbers are being sold in ASAN land. We have a lot of ASAN sons and daughters who are furniture makers. They are all bringing their companies into Benin City only. No, we have to now sensitize our ASAN sons and daughters to begin to bring their skills to ASAN land, you understand, to ASAN land. And then we that are living in diaspora, that has been building houses in Benin City, we now have to go to ASAN land. In ASAN land, you don't have, if it's there, it's not up to 2%. Where you don't have land grabbers, where they sell land for you, they go sell for other people, like we are experiencing in Benin City. We now need to go to ASAN land because there is a lot of viability, opportunities that are so fresh, where you will not be humiliated. You come to ASAN land, you buy land as ASAN sons and daughters, land will be given to you at a very cheap rate. You begin to build edifice that you want to build. Whatever house you want to build, you begin to build them. We are all now being called upon to begin to face our gaze towards ASAN land. Stop spending millions of naira in buying land in places that your land will be grabbed. You understand? We now ought to speak expressly and emphatically, realistically. We don't need to pamper the truth and begin to beat around the truth. You understand? It's not an abuse for you to speak about the truth, in as much you are not being sagalicious. You're just out there for the eyes of your people to be open and for the mind of your people to be rightly sensitized. So our ASAN people who are living in diaspora, first of all, for we to turn ASAN into a mega city, just as a comment is here that with our collective efforts, we can make ASAN mega city, because the government of the day has failed ASAN nation, or has failed ASAN people completely. The government of the day, the past government, the government before the past government, they failed ASAN people, they failed ASAN nation continuously. So we now need to, we that are rushing to Benin City because our land is left unattended to, we now need to start attending to our land by coming to our land to buy more land and build more houses. We need to bring more eateries, more fast food to ASAN land. We need to bring more sawmills to ASAN land. We need to start building banks in ASAN land, so on and so forth. These are all the places where ASAN Focus Association is going to focus on and do a very robust documentary and do a very robust investigation upon, and bring it to the to the people of ASAN. You understand? So these are all the areas we are calling our ASAN sons and daughters. Most especially, what is our objective focus? What is our objective focus? Our objective focus, our primary focus, is to focus towards, if ASAN people is continue being marginalized, we shall have no choice than to embark for ASAN states. That is our focus. It's not only if the what's it called, the governorship or governor position is not shifted to ASAN. Yes, we know the way it is in Benin City, in Edo State, so to say, how it is arranged on how this governorship position will turn across every group in the state. But in this case, there is gross marginalization in that area. We are not going to keep mute any longer in that area. If it happens like that, come this election that we are approaching 2023, if it happens like that, we the Esan people will embark towards Esan states. For those people that just came, will remember, let me reiterate on what I said before as to make reference to Esan state creation. Now, I use Delta State as a case study, and I use the Urobo people that are now pushing for Wado City as a case study. Now, we look at the Bendel State we were having before. The today Delta States, they felt that, oh, they are in unity where supremacy conscious or supremacy system pattern is being employed, where some persons are seen as more important and the rest is less important, where they felt that most of the resources that is coming into this Bendel State comes from Delta region, comes from Niger Delta. So they say no, they are not going to continue this sort of unity. They push for Delta State, they agitated for Delta State, they applied for Delta State, and today there is Delta State. In that same Delta State, we have the Warri Kingdom. In the Warri Kingdom, the Urobo people are complaining that the Ishekiri people are piloting themselves as the most important or most relevant people, while the Urobo people has turned into the less relevant. So by this, the Urobo people are also agitating for Wado City. Now, for us to turn Esan mega city into a state, we need to have our focus. And our focus is being focused towards all these areas where Esan has been marginalized, where Esan is being marginalized then and now. This is the discourse viewers out there. To add to what we were saying now before we round up, I implore you again to press the follow button of this page. If you have not followed, follow. If you've not shared, share to friends and family. Esan friends and family, share to them, and then to come become member of Esan Focus Association, because we are already on ground. The Esan Focus Association is vetted already. So for you to be able to become member of this Esan Focus Association as Esan person or as Esan individual, what you need to do is to call our numbers and come and become part of us. Wherever you are across the globe, distance is not a barrier for you to be able to connect to your Esan sons and daughters. And then I also implore you that we should please, everything that is being said here today is not mere talk. It's not a social media talk. It's not because we want to be on media. It's because we want to bring to the awareness of our Esan people the need for the unity of Esan, the need for the industrialized nation or land of Esan people. So this is why we are here. And then everything we are saying now is what we shall implement. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you have a few more things to say before we round up tonight. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Ozi.
Honorable Chairman, thank you very much. You've mentioned everything. I think you have covered everything for tonight. Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And lastly, as before we go, I also wish to buttress and reiterate on a particular subject matter I mentioned before some persons joined us. And this is our voting system that we have been voting erroneously. And then every Esan sons and daughters that are living outside Esan land, whether you are living in Benin City, whether you are living in Lagos, or wherever you are living that is outside Esan land, you ought to go and get your voter's card, and when the time for election comes, endeavor not to vote outside your land, endeavor not to vote outside Esan land. you get your way, locate your way back to Esan land and go and cast your votes there. Because as it is now, we are the one that has cheated ourselves unknowingly in that regard, because we have been voting erroneously. Let me tell you, in case you don't know, as it is in Edo State, after all vote has been casted, they rationalize it in counting how many votes comes from Esan, how many votes come from Afema, how many votes come from Edo North, Edo South, so on and so forth. And now, being that we, the Esan people, we have a lot of Esan individuals living in Benin City, we are casting our vote there in Benin City. And these votes are counted to the Edo vote, not as onto Esan votes. This is why this time around, we ought to do justice to our voting. We ought to vote correctly, not erroneously. So when election times come, when voting time comes, I implore every Esan sons and daughters to locate their way back to their local government area in Esan land, their respective local government, to go cast their vote there, so that your votes will be a plus to the votes that is already on ground there, so that your vote will be counted to the vote of Esan sons and daughters. So this is the awareness we have to draw your attention to. And above all, there is a lot that we are going to be doing, and there is a lot that we are going to be bringing to your awareness. We want you to pay close attention to Esan Focus Association. And not only there, we don't want you to stand on the fence, because every one of us, Esan sons and daughters, we need to come together, put our hands together on deck collectively for we to be able to pilot the affair of industrializing Esan land. This is to say, you don't need to be in the fence. You need to be inside the circle. You need to come join us for us to put our effort together, put our intellectual properties together, put our resources together for we to be able to champion the affairs of getting Esan land industrialized. How do we do this? You need to belong in to Esan Focus Association. Come join us. The door is open to every Esan sons and daughters out there. God bless you.
So many years before now, there came an ethnic group from the black race of Africa. These people are known to be the wisdom behind the black power of the black race. The hierarchical order of the emancipation of these people metamorphosed into several people, families, groups, villages, towns, cities, etc., etc. When she was gathered, she then settled down, compared her strength in all ramifications of life, and with an astounding exploit of mythical proportion, it was done on all that she is the giant of Africa. The hierarchical order they are magnanimous in expression, actions, and presentations. Whenever there is a gathering of the Esan people, all her extended family. A line from a recent jingle on television runs this: other animals took to their hiding at the roaring of a lion. The super duper manifestation of a person of Esan ancestry are awesome. They may not be too big a people. They may have started when others are already ahead. But when the Esan person starts, he overtakes with speed. This is the truth, and it has already assumed a might of its own.
For a brother cannot be the one who gave birth to his brother. For a brother message which is titled Doing Justice or Doing Necessary Justice to the Esan History. And this message is not a sagalicious message. It's a message that we, the Esan people, we who are members and leaders of Esan Focus Association, deem fit to come on board to do justice to the Esan history. As you listen to me attentively, you are going to get full understanding of the Esan history and the advent of the word Esan and the advent of the word Edo. Brothers and sisters out there, wherever you are, as you're listening, endeavor to press the share button, share to friends, share to brothers, share to sisters, share to every Esan individual you know out there. Welcome on board. Waboshan. Now, the message is all about doing justice or doing necessary, because this is very necessary. Doing necessary justice to the Esan history. The Esans are not literally children of the Oba of Benin. For a brother cannot be the one who gave birth to his brother. I think some persons we have issues with English language, but I will do my best and possible to make sure I explain in details. If you follow the terms of my word, the Esans are not literally. You have to note the word literally. Children of Oba of Benin. Literally means, for example, if you and your brother, maybe your parents are no more, as it is stated that you or the Aigbe of the family, you will say, those people in that family, they are your brothers, they are your children, so to say. But literally, you are not the one who gave birth to them. In conception view, you are not the one who took a wife, got married to the wife, impregnated the wife, and then gave birth to them. Conception view. So this is what I mean by, I have to break it down for the sake of those people who might not understand this little English language that we use these days. I call it little English language. So literally, the Esan people are not the children of the Oba of Benin. I have been one who has been doing justice to the integrity of the Benin generally when it comes to defending the Benin history generally on Facebook page as convener of Great Benin Emancipation, that is now South-South Alliance movement. Now, it is necessary we set a record straight. I am going to point out a lot of things to be able to broaden our understanding. Like I said before, this is not a sagalicious message where you come on board to say, oh, we have said it before, like other people used to say, the Oba is this, the Oba is that, and in an abusive manner. No, this is not what I am asked to do. For those people who will come across my message, because I've been coming across a lot of people who are on Facebook there in a sagalicious way of dishing out their message. No, I am here to set the record straight. The Esan people are not literally the children of Oba of Benin. Am I saying that there is no similarities within us in that Benin kingdom? No. Am I saying that there is no commonalities amidst us in that southern part of Nigeria? No. We must note that we today, the southern part of Nigeria, whether you choose to call it South-South, Southeast, whatever South you choose to call it, we must note that we have a lot of commonalities. We have shared a lot of commonalities amidst us by reason of our long coming. We've shared a lot of commonalities amidst us. But there has been people who has been existing. It does not mean that the people who had, or the kingdom in the ancient time, the kingdom who had influence, so much influence, are the one who gave birth to the other kingdoms or to the other group of people. We are going to also look at the word influence. As I explain further, I will make sure I drag our attention to influence, how people become subjects of one influence or the other, whether in political sector, whether in monarchical sector, whether in work activity sectors, in your job, in your offices, whether it's in that view, there is power of influence that a people will definitely be subjected to one way or the other. Now, when I say we are going to look at the name Edo and the name Esan, and let us put our attention to what I said not quite long, that the Esan people are not literally children of the Oba of Benin. Yes, this is because the title Oba, or the dispensation of the Obaship in Benin Kingdom, is a recent dispensation, is a recent dynasty. In the Benin Kingdom, generally, there are two dynasties, the Ogiso dynasty and the Oba dynasty. We know fully well that the Idu dispensation was the one who gravitated into these two dynasties, the Ogiso and the Oba dynasty. I mean the Ogiso and the Oba dispensation, or let's say dynasty. Yeah, the Idu dispensation was the one that gravitated into these two dynasties, the Oba dynasty and the Ogiso dynasty. We know fully well, as history have it, that the Oba dynasty is the last dynasty of these two dynasties, Ogiso dynasty and Oba dynasty. So, if we are to settle for the word that is erroneously narrated according to what they call history, if we are to settle for that word to say the Esan people are children of the Oba of Benin, knowing fully well that the Oba dynasty is the last dynasty, is a recent dynasty, you will agree with me that the Esan people did not begin their existence in the Oba dynasty, did not begin their existence after the Oba dynasty, nor in the Oba dynasty. So it is erroneous for we to say, or for any history out there to narrate, that the Esan people are the children of the Oba. Because the Esan people has been there, has been existing before the advent of the title Obaship, the dispensation Obaship, or the dynasty Obaship, as you may call it. So how can a people who has been existing before the advent of the Oba dynasty become the children of the Oba dynasty? The Oba dynasty, the Obaship title, came to meet the Esan people already existing. Now, let us go deeper. Let us go deeper. you will agree with me that the word Idu, which a whole lot of us in southern part of the world today have failed to embrace ourselves as part and parcel of ourselves by reason of supremacy consciousness. If we should take supremacy consciousness out of it, we will get to understand, we will get to realize, and we will get to acknowledge that we, the southern parts, or mostly the southern part, because if you should also look outside the southern part of Nigeria, you will also get to realize that it do also cuts across outside the southern part of Nigeria. But because of supremacy consciousness, because of supremacy pursuit, supremacy quest, a lot of us who are supposed to see ourselves as part and parcel of ourselves, we fail to acknowledge that we have shared a lot of commonalities amidst us. Remember, like I stated earlier, that the word Idu, or the person Idu, from where these two dynasties emanated from, the Oba dynasty and the Ogiso dynasty. Remember, the Ogiso dynasty came before the Oba dynasty. Now, before these two dynasties, there were Idu, people of Idu. And this is why when you look into that southern part of the world, you will see a lot of commonalities, most especially the Esan. When you even go to the east, you will also see that Idu also cut across the eastern parts of Nigeria. And in Esan land, you will also realize, get to understand that most of our kingdoms, most of our areas, most of our community in Esan land is named after Idu. There is no name, there is no secondary school, there is no market in Esan land that is named as Oba Market, that is named as Oba School, that is named as Ogiso School, that is named as Oba Street, Oba Nyagbon, Oba Nyato, Oba Sogie. There is none there. It's only Idu. Iduena, Iduoni, Idu. Amyewe Tesan. Idu, Amyewe Tesan. Why? Because this is still ancient people. The ancient people are the ancient people who choose to maintain their ancient identity and their ancient language. And when you look into the eastern part of Nigeria, southeast, you will get to also see that there is also Idu, but because of supremacy pursuit, supremacy quest, which one is more higher amidst the monarch, amidst the kingdom, which one is more great, we have failed to embrace ourselves as people who are actually part and parcel of themselves, irrespective of our spoken, similar and dissimilar languages. But when we look at it holistically, we'll get to acknowledge that there is a whole lot of commonalities amidst us. But particularly, Esan focus. We are focusing on the Esan history. The Esan history that needs to be transparent, and we need to do justice, because I talked about influence. You know, when you also look at the West and you see the influence they had by reason of the political endowments political empowerment, which they had so much influence on when we began a nation called Nigeria. Earlier enough, the Yoruba had so much influence. In short, the first printing press was there in Yoruba land. So they printed a whole lot of history book. This is influence. So with this their influence, they are able to write history in the way it will elevate their Yoruba history or their Yoruba view or their Yoruba arrival above every other languages. When we come to look at Benin, Edo State, by reason of this monarchical influence I'm talking about, there is also histories, a lot of the histories that has been written to, in a way, elevate the Benin, who are the Edos, above others. This is influence. And the children of this generation, when they are looking at such history that always says that the Esan people are children of the Oba of Benin, we seems to be asking ourselves, how are we children of the Oba of Benin when we know fully well that the Oba dynasty is a recent dynasty, and the title Obaship or the dynasty Oba came to meet us? We did not come to meet the dynasty Oba. So how can the Oba dynasty that is recent, that came even before that came while the Esan people were already existing thousands of years? So it is erroneous. This is the justice we need to do to our history. We are not children of the Oba of Benin, literally. And when we look at politics, the way monarchs are being recognized politically, it is also influence, which is not wrong. It is also influence. And the monarch, which is positioned in every state, in every kingdom, as, okay, this is the supreme monarch. That is the monarch every one of us ought to be subjected to politically. But literally, it does not mean that we are children of that monarch, or that monarch is the one that gave birth to us in the ancient time. We are operating a structure which is socio-political structure, socio-political engagement, and we are subject to that socio-political engagement, and also subject to socio-monarchical engagement, socio-cultural engagement. But we must understand that if these people are not put together in a state, in a country, they will also have a monarch amidst them that will be as supreme unto all the kingdoms, all the 35 kingdoms we have there in Esan land. For example, Aigbe Okosun, Aigbe Okosun. If, for example, the Esan people are on their own in their states, in Esan states, we will be subject to the Aigbe Okosun. So by reason of we are in one state, so under political structure, every one of us are subject to the monarch that is elevated politically above every other monarch. That is how it is. It is not to say literally the Esan people are children of the Oba of Benin. Like I have always narrated, that we are parts and parcels of ourselves. What does that mean? That we are part and parcel of ourselves. It means that in the early days, when we all offshooted from Idu as brothers and sisters, it means that as you all take a look at your siblings, your brothers, and maybe these your brothers, your parents that gave birth to you and your brothers and sisters, they are no more. They are dead. Does that mean that you are the one that gave birth to them? You people are part and parcel of yourselves. You came from one root. You are not the one that gave birth to your brothers, literally. So, now, let's look at the word Esan and the word Edo. I have come across a lot of Esan sons and daughters that has been asking, Besare Mokeye or Besare Mohenye. Well, let me keke mare zoe wotesan. Eso kijo bi mare Mokeye. Eso kijo bi mare Mohenye. That is, how did Esan started? How did we begin? Now, by reason of where our history is laced to, by reason of where our history is largely narrated to, Ekijoy, the people or the elders that we are asking, Besare Variye, Besare Mohenye, Besare Mokeye, Ekijoy Otedo Manak Mano. Ekitamama jo Otedo Manak Mano, or Eso Kijoy Edo Manavahi. Now, let me set this record straight, because our people who are out there as historians, Esan historians, you people are needed to do justice to Esan history. Now, let's look at it, the word Esan and the word Edo. We know that the word Edo is most recent. And Edo is a person, or was a person, a servant to Prince Ogun, who became Oba Ewari the First. And Oba Ewari the First brother, his brother who was on his mission to usurp Prince Ogun throne. Prince Ogun, who became Oba Ewari the First. Listening attentively. Prince Ogun, who became Oba Ewari the First, and his brother, whose name is Owafiokun, who was on his mission to usurp, to hijack the throne, from Prince Ogun. Oba Ewari the First name is known, or is called Prince Ogun. He became Oba, but while he was Prince, Ogun, the elder brother to Owafiokun, and Owafiokun, his junior brother, was on his mission, tried his best and possible to usurp the throne, to hijack the throne from him. Now what happened? Prince Ogun, who became Oba Ewari the First, has a boy whose name is called Edo. His name is Edo. And this boy was like errand person, someone who you sent errand. Or if you are a prince, if you're a king, you have one who is your servant. Now, your servant, you always send him, go and look after this, go and look after this, go and bring this, go and watch over this, go and watch after that. Now, this boy whose name is Edo, or whose name was Edo, who was a servant to Prince Ogun, who later became Oba Eware the First. In that mission, in that quest of Uwafiokun, the brother to Oba Eware the First, Prince Ogun, in that quest of trying to hijack the throne, Oba Eware the First, Prince Ogun, always send his servants to go and watch, to go and spy how his opposition, his brother, is preparing, because they were always in a battle. So, and then to be a watch out over Owafiokun. So, Prince Ogun was in a hideout, and Edo, the slave, or the servants, to say, Edo the servant will always go and spy Owafiokun and come to his master, Prince Ogun, who became Oba Eware the First, to tell him this is what is going on, this is what is going on. Eventually, Owafiokun and his soldier apprehended Edo and killed Edo brutally, butchered Edo brutally, butchered him like dog, like animal. And when Prince Ogun got to get the information, he was so sober. And when he eventually became the Oba. And when he became the Oba, that was when he took up the title Eware. He was Prince Ogun. Then when he became the Oba, he took up the title Eware, who became the Oba Eware the First. And to compensate his servants, Edo, he has to name that kingdom Edo, that group Edo. So, why will we not say that we are children of Edo? And Edo is most recent. The Esan people has been there before Edo. Don't get it twisted. This is not a sagalicious message. We, the Esan people, we need to do justice to our history, irrespective of our brotherhood as the Edo and the Esan people. I am coming to the area of Esan, also how Esan arrived, the word Esan, the name Esan arrived. So I've been able to also narrate how the name, how Edo also arrived. How Edo also arrived. So we cannot say, it is erroneous for we to say we came from Edo. Every one of us in that southern part of the world, mostly in that southern part of the world, that have Idu traced up to our lineage, every one of us have one unique historical story or the other, but our history has been largely tempered. Just as the Yoruba experts use their influence, their political influence, to temper the general history of the Benin, the same thing, the Benin has also tempered the general history of the Edo State people, the Benin people, that comprises of the Esan people. So we must begin to do justice. Every people who seems to be the major tribe, the most populous tribe, the people where plenty pass, they use that advantage to manipulate the others that are not as populous as them, that are not in the leadership seats. This is what is happening to us in Nigeria. Now, the Esan people must, at all costs, pay close attention to their history and begin to do justice to their history. Before I continue, let me play this to you as maybe 2-minute break.
So many years before now, there came an ethnic group from the black race of Africa. These people are known to be the wisdom behind the black power of the black race. The hierarchical order of the emancipation of these people metamorphosed into several people, families, groups, villages, towns, cities, etc., etc. When she was gathered, she then settled down, compared her strength in all ramifications of life, and with an astounding exploit of mythical proportion, it was done on all that she is the giant of Africa. Her constituents then spread in expansion.
The one time Oba of Benin came to Ebele, to the Onojo of Ebele, to ask him to lend them warriors because they want to go and kill all those human beings, because that was how it was really brutal during the era of the monarchical reign of the Benin as at that time. You understand? The Benin, the land of the land that flows with blood, the land of blood. It was really brutal. So anybody who do anything is to be heard. So because they were going for that mission, they know fully well that they might be defeated. So where they have to look at a powerful allies, which are the Esan. So when they got to Ebele, Ebele said, no, that do you want blood to be in our hands? Right from time, the Esan people forbid shedding of human blood. Shedding of human blood. You, for example, I'm not saying that is what happened. That is what happened. I want to say something. What I want to say now, I'm not saying literally is what happened. For example, you as a native doctor and the other person is a native doctor. If your medicine, the way you make it up is of human blood, there's another native doctor that knows how to go to the world beyond without human blood. He will always overpower you. That is why you see the Esan medicine does not fail. And the Edo will say, as a gualihun, as a gualu bo, wotedo amana mio wotedo, awina rio tesan amio viva. If you look for medicine, spiritual medicine, any medicine, you not see for the whole of Benin, they will say, make we go Asian one, we go see for there. Now, so this is what the Onoje of Ebele was saying, that they refuse. This is history, not yesterday, not 10 years, not 20 years, not 100 years ago. This is history. And he said they reject, they refuse such demand. We cannot lend you warriors to go and kill people because we don't want blood to be in our hands. It is forbidden for we to shed human blood. Please share. Share to all Esan platform you know. Share if you have not shared.
Ona kedo. Oda gbe aba ho we oda na we na gbe go ye ro na gbe eno ge ohun ni oda le gbe agba mi. Unyi kan ore do hospital iwa da wo nyon re do. Iya wo le bere ra yin ona ari ya bi sen. pàtàkì hun ẹ̀bù iṣẹ́ ẹ̀nà ẹ̀bù náà rẹ̀ ọ̀pá ẹ̀gbà ọ̀gẹ̀bà ìgbò ọ̀gẹ̀ òkúta ọ̀gẹ̀ náà lókùgì ọ̀gìṣẹ́ náà rẹ̀ òrógè ẹni yẹ́ iṣẹ́ náà ẹ̀dádì wọn wọ́ ìdádì dùn wó rìwọ́ mẹ́rẹ̀yìn ẹ̀díọ̀n rẹ̀ rìwọ́ a lè dádì dùn náà ẹ̀ka wọn bú wọ ẹ̀ka wọn náà rọ̀ ṣẹ́ ọ̀sí ìyẹ́ba ríhe à ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀sọ́ rẹ̀ pàlọ́ ní ẹni sẹ́rù ọ̀sẹ̀ wò fún sẹ́rù wọn rẹ̀ fẹ́ kó ní ìdí rẹ̀ wò náà rẹ̀ dọ̀ àmì rẹ̀ wò náà máa sẹ́mi kú gbé máa sẹ́mi kú gbé àwọn mi kú mu àwọn sẹ́mi hàn rẹ̀ dáwẹ́ àwọn ìbéèrè dọ̀ àkọ́kọ́ náà díàrọ̀ ìbéèrè máa òfurẹ́ ọwọ́ rò tẹ̀ béèrè ẹni ọ̀pá mi béèrè wà lè rojì má gbà lè jì ó yàrá wò náà máa wò mú lójì.
Okay, let me end it there. That is what I want you to hear. But this history sometimes is not appropriated. The history sometimes is not our history sometimes is not appropriated. Sometimes even some of our monarch, they try to, just because they don't want us, the children, to hear some certain things. They don't want to say it at but we ought to put our senses together to at least do justice to our history. Just normal sense will let you know this is not supposed to be like this, even if you were not born before that time. Even if you were not born before that time. Ordinarily, you'll be able to assess things to say, there is history that says that Esan people are children of the Oba of Benin. There is history of the Esan people that traces far back to Idu. So, how come we that has been existing for thousands of years now become children of Oba dynasty that was created recently before us? So this is why we ought to dig deep into our history, not in a sagalicious way. So when we see it, we need to now forge ahead on how to make sure that we relaunch our own book. We write our books and relaunch them. Those intellects that write histories, that write books, we need to write books and launch our books and use this book as history books in schools. Because when we are teaching our children erroneous history, we will have problem in the future. Our onlookers need to know all this. We will have problem in the future. So wherever this, without fear, I am saying this, because I'm not here to abuse anybody, and you can call me for interrogation if you so wish, and a lot of questions that I don't want to answer, that we as some people don't want to answer, will not be dished out, instead of hating me for the truth that I am saying. So if I am afraid, knowing fully well that there are people there that will hate me for the truth that I am saying, I wouldn't come out. But I'm not afraid of haters. I am only concerned about the sanity of Esan people. I am only concerned about appropriating our history. I am only concerned about Esan development. I am concerned about industrializing Esan land. That is what I am concerned of. I am not concerned about mere Facebook haters. You see me here, you can hate me, but it ends there on Facebook. So I am studying earnestly, doggedly, fervently, with all tenacity to tell my people this. If Anthony Enahoro was not afraid, why should I be afraid? If Urokbota, the bonafide Esan man that came to Benin with all his might and A quarter was given unto him because of his spiritual might, and called water. If he was not afraid, why should any Esan man be afraid to come out to rightly sensitize their people? If I have been able to defend the integrity of Oba of Benin, that nobody should come out to abuse Oba of Benin, it's not accepted, we were not brought up like that, then I should be also bold enough, strong enough to defend the Esan identity, to advocate for sanity to be done to the history of the Esan people. I repeat, we are not children of the Oba of Benin. If you give birth to, I want to ask every one of you here, all your children that you gave birth to, do they have similar and dissimilar language? Their language the same. So how come our language and the people who gave birth to us is not the same? There are a whole lot of dialects in Esan land that does not in any way sound like Edo. There are a whole lot of languages you will speak, dialects in Esan language that does not sound like Edo. And even if it sounds like Edo, in as much it's not the same, we should be able to ask questions. Any history that you cannot question, you know that there is something hidden there. Any people who are offended, if you question a particular written down history, they are offended, they are abusing you, they call you to say you have erred, you will know that there is something hidden. You must be able, you must be free to ask questions without being abusive. Nobody should buckle you up inside unity concept or inside unitary concept that you are not able, you are not free to ask some questions. And if you ask questions, if the answer that is given to you is not proven beyond reasonable doubt, you are within your right to reject the answer. You are within your rights, you are within your fundamental human rights to reject the answer. So my Esan persons, my Esan people, there is nothing wrong in asking questions, just like religion. There are a whole lot of religion that we have today. Christianity has taken over Esan land. Our culture is no longer there. 95% of our culture has been Christianized. If you have ask questions, the Christians, they'll be angry. If not that, it was also the Esan people that stopped Islamization when Islamization was coming into Esan, even though we have some few parts of Esan from Ewu. That it would have gotten to Iraqme, to Uromi and every places. But it was the Esan warrior that stopped the Islamization. Large part of Esan land today would have been Muslims as well. You go to all Esan pages out there, you will not see any of the Esan pages where Esan history are thoroughly dished out. You will not see any of the Esan pages where Esan culture, they are all bastardized, demonized, and called fetish. Because you are in a religious concept that is alien to you, that was brought by the colonial masters. And it has been normalized. We are not going about with fictional identity and going about with praising imaginary gods. Yes, I tell you the truth, the people's identity, the people's culture that is wasting away and fading away is mostly the Esan people. Culture 7 years remaining. 7 years remaining. down to the Onojoki, Monogene, B.S. Solomon, Philip, and all that. Your first identity is your name. When your name is not pronounced in your dialect, in your language, you are going about with misplaced identity. You are misidentifying yourself. When somebody say identify yourself, first of all, you start with your name. And when you that is supposed to be custodian of a people culture, custodian of a people custom, indigenous people, you are that custodian. Your identity is erroneous. Where are we heading to? Where are we going to? Where are we heading to? Check all the S&P page there. It's always Bible verses, one pastor preaching here and there that you see. They will open page and call it S and this, S and that. But what are they doing in the S&P page? Nothing. We need to correct ourselves. All our page need to be thoroughly ESAN. We need to focus on ESAN. We ought to do away with religion. Leave religion. Religion has dealt with us enough. ESAN has many Eduarda Biene. Medak par an do medak do school. Finish his school semaine. The hotel eco. Tension to ESAN. I won't be able to, I wouldn't have known how to even speak, or not to talk of even hear what you are saying. Because enojo isori wo e ata ekire bore mi se san ESAN is ekire bore mi so ESAN awon ere unwe Baki chena e wokesan. Other years see 10 years, other see 10 years, ESAN ki will fall if we continue like this. Et tu bref, faire perdre c'est il faut rien doré na. Culture c'est doré aima malouvéni. Bon perdre ni wa true dia. Mais faire révérer. I was disappointed. Because we have been largely Christianized. What the colonial masters brought is what is affecting us. If we also gave way to Islam, just as Islam took over most part of Auchi, it would have also took over ESAN land like that. Elena, I am a cultural man. Es iwoke sa bimo. Aye he eni ESAN. Eni ebo. Imona biele ejere ESAN. E iwoke sa ni biele ni mo. Ejere zon ESAN. Iwoke sa na biole vete ESAN. E a ESAN rie unwe. Mena ki biole to edo mi ajo medol lo ESAN. Di mi ana no ESAN. Mi ajo medol lo culture ESAN. Di mi ana mi culture ESAN we. Peji ne chuji areve gbe. Peji si pastor this, pastor that, pastor Jeremiah, pastor Chris, pastor Suleiman, so on and so forth. That is it, my brother. It's not my fault, but you have to give me accolade because I want your ESAN. I want revenue. I want school ni. But meleni ne school ESAN e a do toaz ESAN me asabo so e zone ESAN rekan. Me asabo so e zone ESAN rekan. Me we are be blame ra ne dion la hotel ESAN. Oh you may, it's not my fault. You even have to praise me. Iwoke san bouin na biole hotel ESAN. ejere zesa. Eni se efi, eni se ege, eni se ki ayi Austin. Eni se ki ayi Austin. Denem omon we biania, the son name is so ki ayi Austin. Ono moni on be jouario. O joua. We fio ege. Mais va bien. Mais any semaine me régis courrier. Innocent. Mais qui m'aurait faux? I'm not a man of my own. Mais that fione ni. Mais that change joy. Passport is an error. International passport is an error. Fiore. Aigbe Okosun. We need to change things. Start with yourself. Start with your identity. Start with your identity. Because for example, innocent. I'm not distracted. You say I should move on. I'm on. Everything I'm saying is what we need to know. I am speaking. All these things has affected us. In the next generation is 20 years. Next 20 years to come. I had no jar esan ki joua. Because around there, ma ni bioli monia e moni ma biele e ki a sa eniwa. And eniwa innocent eni ebo. And almost the surname will be innocent. Is that not a taboo for your surname to be English name? Iriomere kosemere yaba. Meleni, there is erroneous identity that was adopted unknowingly by our parents and by some of our kings by reason of colonialism. Erroneous identity, misplaced identity that was adopted by some of our parents and some of our kings. Have you ever seen any king in Germany that his name is Eichoya? Have you ever seen any king in Spain, the Spanish person, whether woman or man? His or her name is Ofure. Have you seen any English person bury a name? Osemaki to a never te doni. Actually, those states. Osema to an emanesan. I struggle to say no. Identity is a no. Non jouer au boran de en mode jamais. Mais dans j'ai un boy jaye on European e samia gwalon mais dans gwando sameda on isa. Kuro mi meda reko. Was it that there was no white women for the or other group in Africa? I specifically said no. I specifically said no. The job I was doing in Germany as self-employed, cleaning swimming pool, trimming flowers, and houses that are newly built. I will be contacted to come and clean these houses, and I will be paid per hours. I was earning cool money before I stopped the job. Do you know how many white young women I was supposed to marry? I vehemently rejected because within my mind there is something I want to protect. There is something I want to protect. Is it that I did not see other group of people too? I suffered a lot. I didn't have documents on time. I stayed more than 6 years in Germany. Before I moved to Germany, I stayed more than 3 years in Italy. From Italy, I went to Switzerland. From Switzerland, I went to Austria. From Austria to Germany. You think I don't see other people marry? Essa biomo ok homo a généré ba reje sans ré. Ba reje sans ré. Ba essa biomo eki homo a généré. Ba ki reje en reje in the next generation. Esan ayeze, eniesan aye hame emo eniesan, esan ajere ben ajere chesan, kocho sesan, ereve joua. Fetish aketi haiti kocho sesan. Eraude emui Christianity hemu. That is why we need to focus. Na fiole jimada zegbe wa obo. Nebo choy lose guard. Na mama fio ere. Jimada zeg because mama ma zegbe wa obo. Politics yo onare tene kino. Uromi ki lo soe. Esa carnival na no hekeni ma lu. Ake ami romi carnival. Ake ami ewu carnival. Carnival rewe na ha. Ojao. Ojakona. Ayelu ni kugbe. Pekize nada miemafo. Amimafo nia. Esa na igbe, esa na le marekin. On a ziole meda vai. Eki vai, meda kyoja, meda joye ni seven. Although it's not the fault of my father is a cultural man, my father is not a Christian. Traditional man. The Akase of Ugbo land. But one way or the other, colonialism affected us. Neki fio le meda jo meke muhe. Or suppose mere fear where mere fear where mere changing me because that is not supposed to be my name. That is my passport. It's on my document everywhere. Aigbe is my name. Aigbe Okosun. Because if I don't do that, my children, their surname is going to be innocent. And when I am no more, how will my children be able to trace their ancestry? Or how will the children of my children be able to trace their ancestry? Because the name is lost. Because that was what they did to most of the black in America. The slave masters tortured the slaves to change their names, and the slaves changed their names to their slave owner's name. And in America, those black people you see today, their link has been completely wiped out, except they go and do DNA tests. Everyone, all the slaves that were shipped away from Africa, they changed their name to their slave master's names or to their slaves owner's name. That was what the slave. If your identity starts from your name, immediately you change your name, your identity has been changed physically and spiritually. And the weight that should be there, if you call your name spiritually in your language, it will not be there when you call it in another man's language. Aigbe actually, there is nothing that will be able to kill me. Because Aigbe actually, Aigbe, I know, it's an Aigbe, it's an Aigbe. Oh, that whole thing. Or suppose when no, Obiaba, but where I fake as on this anaje. Bore lo esange. I did not me want Dieu ça ré me donne no toy ça for one night na re bien me me ki wan refo me that obo me a drive a she ça me that obo me a visiter ça me wan refo and I did not sleep there for once before I came to Europe. So you ought to be challenged. You ought to be challenged. Matobo mogbe wan gboto. Na host the program edele na we culture sewan o ima rema. Emi agmo e. Ajona le ronwo akia le ron eni no si Jesu. Is that our culture? Ouais, c'est mieux, les secos c'est d'eau. Et rien n'est vraiment une culture et qui a une noce Jésus. This is why most things is not working for you people any longer. This is why it's not working for you people. Ou akioja, eni soso jasunu. Misoso da sunu. Era mude eni no si Jesu were kyuja. Eni no si Jesu were kyuja. Abame amyo esa. Abana no bioba no abame na abame. Abame na abame o abame na abame. Amyo esa. Eni o seno bloa amyo esa. Colonial master qui va eda joy Jesu o sanoboa. Ote Israel ni Christianity da vai e ni romo le da ni ki joni no si Jesu. Around the government of Israel did not legalize Christianity in Israel land. Madame mo he wu hotel Nigeria then esada mo he ose sanki twanere kiole. Ima wia wo eboro banere gbenya o emere taonia ima wia wo ma degbere ma chichire ima degbere ima chichire abugbe esanyede ocha abugbe most especially imoni ma biene ima nwe awo amwe nesa ni money ma biene 20 years from now 20 years generation what are we going to see? What are we going to tell our ancestors? Bimare kike hi revaije. When you have misplaced your identity when you were living. Boare zoro je. Orose bo ha. Ebe sonora o. Boare chiche hi revaije. When you were living. The identity of Esa that was given to you to hold. So, Besare he varia because a circle, every human identity in human community is circle, it rotates. It comes. It's evolutionary immortal energy. When you lose the evolution in it, when you lose the immortality in it, when you lose the energy in it, you will not be able to uphold your identity in the next generation. Because the immortal evolutionary energy that should reincarnate is stuck souls. Lost souls, lost identities, misplaced identities. Oimakime. oche keni mare fie gbe ware, mare fie gbe ware, ma fie gbe ware no sen, ni ma jagbe no sen, na a biomo aki hole o dia no sen, imana ma fie gbe ware no sen, mada jagbe ware no sen, iwo ke san, area so rigo ton agbona no asabo rote rezona, resan rezona kon. Our fair being or shonary. It's our focus era. We have to focus on ourselves. We have to appropriate ourselves. We have to correct things that has been misplaced. Starting from our history. We should not in any way cut side our history at the detriment of any monarch, of any unitary system. We accept that Okba Amahi, but at the detriment of that unitary system, we should not in any way cut side our history for we to be able to continue to please that unitary system. It is very, very important. Start from yourself. Every one of us, let us start adopting our Esa name. Very, very important. Your first name should not start with English, and your last name should not end with English. Don't wake up and say good morning to your husband if you both are Esans. I've never greeted my father good morning. That is to say Peking go day for you. And those things, it has power. Those cultural ways of life. For every one of us, that is the men. The women we say Agbomo. I say we makijo ania. I say we kijo na ehai. Enareve fion iro heke edo ereve bere twoye et with good money. Ask if you don't know. Call your father in the village. If you don't have father in the village, call those your people in the village. Ask them besare twoye. Bimare twoye bema yelegbe. Good money ma betwe. Good money matwe, said the Ragwe. You need to be asking yourself all this, because if you don't know all this, how would you be able to retain the Esan culture? Before Christianity came viable to Africa, Mahabil no se no bloa, bezea biomoaki heli osewe. Bimarel ni ron je. A ni ron amana jo e ni no si Jesu oni ron ni awon bin na innocent. Ni ma wo. So all this is area where we need to look into. For those of you that open up groups and you are not using the group to revive Esaness, Esanhood, You're just there for Facebook group show for nothing. You have to be challenged. You have to be challenged. Why did you open the group? What are you doing? What are you asking? How are you recalibrating the essence people? So my people, na zobo inafu. Na zobo inafu. There is more to it anyway. Ma Aigbe Okosun no sen. Ma Diaspora no sen. E culture na sama. E bare ni ye otesan. Na mama lole. Na mama lu culture na sama. E sanaze. Oke ke mare aze. We family no sama. Amio ewole bo weji. You are very, very privileged if Esan marry Esan. Or you he owa no seven. As you know in Niger, Oja, honey, my viva Esan maze, my yezebo my mo. E boni wazeman ba. The children know how to speak English more than you. All those cut and English more than they speak. Now the first one self. The children, they will know how to speak the English if they don't know how to speak the English. He work in Ghana. The way they born for you when I don't come across, no one of them don't carry go Ghana. They revere all those small children. Now Ghana they talk. Ghana language. Same thing with Cameroon. Same thing with Kenya. Don't you come across them? Same thing with Gambia. Don't you come across them? They are children because they are in school. If English is a priority, English is not intelligence. You know how to speak English fluently well does not mean you are intelligent. You are only speaking language of communication of a group of people, the Britain people. That is where it ends. It does not mean you are intelligent. You know how to speak English fluently well. Does not mean you are intelligent. Intelligence is not measured by spoken language. Do not prioritize a people's language over your own language. You should be ashamed of yourself that you don't know how to speak your own language fluently well. You should be. You should not be ashamed that you don't know how to speak English fluently well, because that is not your identity. That is not your language. Do not, I repeat, do not prioritize a people's language over your own language. Emi ukira, awan lesera, Abiomo, Princess, Destiny, Joshua. What be all those ones? Picking where you born, as you give them breast, so you use this and they talk to them. You use this and they communicate from Ronare, Biodegbe, Mojahene, Vare, Rukbure, Ronare. That picking, you don't need to stay Ishan land before you know how to speak Ishan. And you and your husband, if they communicate first, people they use Ishan until they talk mostly because your children are listening. That is where they learn from. Et what can do if you're near a any do. Et when or say Sanda, other action levy. Or say Sanda action levy. No, ima wo because I mean. On est sans pani marin, on est hier, on est sans pani marin, on est hier, ton agbona. On est hier, et sans ébarrer, you know. culture no se san ebare you no. Aki kuko ke aki monya won esan. They've Christianized our cultural identities. Knowing fully well that Jimajel test and your new mano. All the way here you our history, I can trace to 11th century to Oba dynasty. Like as if the era of the advent of the word Esan, that is when Esan began their race. You might fear again. So you might talk big man. Around there, one lens. Most Esan page, ni woke Esan se man invite you and made all the bar me and say that ni nothing there. Elena Bible verse, ako Bible verse. Eki posti Pastor Chris Elena, ako eki posti Pastor Jeremiah. Different miracle ne arrange ni Pastor ye posti one page. Eki feke hesitate be one page because every ni me al ni. Nothing there. Nima we wo nima kwe kokonos. Esan jo ebalu ot esan alu ebalu alu ma fini gbe kwa. So my people, let me end it here now. See some other time. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid of anybody, irrespective of any supremacy concept. Respect everybody. Give them everybody adequate respect. Don't engage people with foul languages. That is how to show the level of your intellectual capability. That is how to show your intelligence. When you are engaging people, the way you ask some questions, you question some certain popularly accepted truth, falsehood. Popularly accepted falsehood, because the fact that falsehood has stayed long and is accepted by majority does not make it truth. So the way you come up and question things intelligently shows the level of your intelligence. You might be questioning those certain falsehood, and the English language you are trying to speak in expressing yourself is not as fluent as those people who implemented that falsehood. It does not mean that those people who implemented that falsehood, they are more intelligent than you. It does not mean so. So what am I saying in essence? Whatever it is that concerns your identity, your history, if you sense any falsehood in it, if you sense any erroneous narration in it, do not be afraid of anyone before you question it, before you debunk that falsehood, before you rightly sensitize your people that has been going about with that falsehood. Yes, will people not attack you? They will attack you. Merely by hate. Would they be able to take one hair away from my beard? No. Would they be able to pay my bills? No. I will still be the one to pay my bills continuously. So why should I sit back, knowing fully well that this is falsehood, and I am allowing it to circulate amidst our innocent sons and daughters? The only way to debunk falsehood is to bring up reasonable engagements, to engage those people that are narrating the falsehood. Like I have said, earlier. If really and truthfully the Esan people are children of the Benin, will you as parents, mother or father, first of all, say that before you kill a snake, if you see a snake, before you kill that snake, first of all, kill your children, kill your child. As it is said erroneously that the Esans are the children of the Benin. So if we are children of the Benin, why would the Benin have such proverbs that says, irrespective of anything at all, why would they have such proverbs that say, Oga miesan una mienye, uka boyesane, uke gbenyeni? If you see snake, you see Esan person, first kill the Esan person before you kill the snake. Why would they say so? Nobody will first of all kill his own child before he kills snake. We are one, quite understanding, and nobody is disputing that fact. Our oneness should not be at the detriment of misnarrating our history. We are not saying we are not one. We are one. We are not saying we are not one, but we are standing in a gap in making sure that our history that has been long erroneously narrated, we appropriate it. Esan joy a Jonas Coco, I want Jonas Mama. Because we say we'll be one, no me say you can sit down for inside my nose. You know me say you can sit down for my head. We are one, but not at the detriment of seeing us as less important. Not at the detriment of misnarrating our history. We are not children of the Oba of Benin. We are part and parcel of ourselves. Oba did not marry a wife and gave birth to Esan people. The same Idu, where the Oba, the Edo traces their history to, that is exactly place the Esan traces their history to. Our history did not start in the advent of the Oba dynasty. We have been existing before the arrival of the Oba dynasty. Even if you are not thoroughly learned or thoroughly schooled in history, with rational sense of reasoning, you will be able to reason and rationalize these facts that I am telling you now. This message is not a message to discontinue our oneness, but a message to do justice to the history of the Esan people. We are not children of the Edo. Edo, the word Edo is a name of a person, a servant to say. Yes, the hate is there. The hate is there. But irrespective of it, you cannot say you are not one. Even in family circle, there is still hate. So because maybe from your extended family or your polygamous family, the other side hates the other side, cannot deny your oneness. But record must be set straight. Record must be set straight. We are one, not at the detriment of misnarrating my identity. Nobody has the monopoly of Idu. This Osasu is saying all childhoodness are. What does that mean? That is your choice. So because all childhoodness are Esan, we should be stupid and keep mute when our history is misnarrated. What does that mean? It does not hold any facts here. It's your choice. You choose your friend wherever you wish to. My friendship is not limited to Esan. It's not limited to Edo, it's not limited to Igbo, it's not limited to Yoruba. So that is not the bond of contention here, my dear sister. It's not the bond of contention. The bond of contention is we are coming up to do justice to the Esan history. We are great people, and there is nobody that is greater than us as far as greatness is concerned. There is no one that is greater than us as far as greatness is concerned. And in your own tribe, in your own group, in your own domains, you can also applicate that to yourself. That as far as greatness is concerned, there is no one that is greater than you. We are under a political structure, whether in monarchical way or political way, where one is taken to overhead that political structure. Does not mean that we are your children. Does not mean that we are your children. Kingsley Anthony, which of my way do you want me to change? Am I answerable to you? Do I give account to you? In my way and the way I go about with my way, do I give account to you? Are you my creator? Am I your subject? Am I answerable to you? Be optimistic. When you say change your ways, you will point out my way you are asking me to change. Did I steal from you? Am I owing you and I'm not paying you? Or am I into dubious activities? I'm into legitimate business. Change how? Change how? You are the one that is not understanding it. You are the one that is not understanding it. And it's up to you to listen attentively. To listen attentively to be able to understand it. But what I'm going to be doing, I just need our people to give me attention. And I believe they're hearing. You understand? And any one of you that will be coming to distract, my block button is permanently activated so that I will be able to focus. So that I will be able to focus. As this platform says, it's on focus. It's on focus. We have looked into our history. We saw that our history has been tampered with. We have looked into our history. We saw that our history is always erroneously narrated that says that we are children of the Oba of Benin. Or we are children of the Oba. We are saying no, we are not children. A brother cannot give birth to his brother. You, for example, let me use you as a case study. The children that your parents gave birth to, are you and your brother, are you the father of your brother? Are you the one that gave birth to your brother? So can't you see it's erroneous? Even if say your parents, for example, they are no more, for example, will you come up tomorrow to say, these are your children? It is said like that. It's a figurative speech to say, okay, the Aigbe we call all the children in that family, all the people in that family, his children. But literally, they are not his children. So that is why this topic is stated as emphatically that the Esan people are not literally the Oba, the children of the Oba of Benin. So the peace we need in Edo State must continue, but not at the detriment of misnarrating our history. Coming up to do sanity to people's history does not mean you are against peace. You are only, if you don't want to listen to people that are asking questions and that are challenging some falsehood, it means that you have a lot of things to hide. And we are going to be doing justice to all that. We don't need anything to temper our peace in Edo State. And in that circle of peace, everybody have rights. If your peace feel threatened, you have rights to move away from that unity where your peace feel threatened. History that repeats itself can also repeat itself, just as we also moved away. We still have rights to move away. The Delta states, they moved away from Bende. And you have Delta states. The Urobo people, they are in their pursuit of moving away. They are in their pursuit of moving away, and they are agitating for Wado City. And all the Edo people that have come across on page, they are always saying they stand with Urobo people. So what are you trying to say? It does not mean that you and your brother that is living under one roof, and that your brother is not enjoying that kind of we are one that you're talking about. It does not mean that your brother, that both of you are living under one roof, is not enjoying that kind of we need peace in this house you're talking about, mere lip services peace. Is not enjoying it. That your brother is within his right to move away from that house. That does not mean that you people are not brothers any longer. That does not mean you people are not brothers any longer. So we must do sanity. You understand? Edo State is big enough to produce 3 states if we have to look at it holistically. Most of the states we have in Nigeria are bigger than some countries in Africa. Most of the states. The population in Lagos State alone is bigger than most population in some countries, some African countries. So what are you talking about? Kaduna alone is equivalent of producing 4 states. Edo State is equivalent of producing 3 states. If we should look at it from angle, say, okay, let's really be creating states. But if you have listened to my message right from when I have been able to do justice to the Biafrans and even help you that is here now, that was asking if Nigeria break today, where will Benin be? I did justice to that. Now, it should not be at the detriment of keeping mute continuously when a group of people are being marginalized inside the same house. So, everybody ought to sit on a round table for such so-called we are one to continue. So that is it, my people. That is it, my people. Please, all the Esan persons here, I want you to carry my message to our Esan people, most especially those ones that are on mere Facebook page and they are doing saga. I am asking them to discontinue their saga. I am asking them not to come on Facebook page to come and be abusing monarchs. We were not trained like that. I know they learned it from our Edo brothers and sisters, but we were not trained like that. I am asking them to discontinue. We have been able to see all areas where we are lacking behind as Esan people, and we ought to go and be talking behind and focus on Esan, and for we to have our agenda, not on Facebook. Atanakma was not bettered on Facebook. It was not bettered on Facebook. It was only bettered on ground and uploaded on Facebook. We the Esan people might Aigbe. So if you can't come on Facebook, come do saga, we Esan or Esan now be not saying with him. If you can't come on Facebook, come they abuse people, come they do saga, they follow the Yore, they follow the others, they Nogi, then they do. We Esan Zelobo. Zelobo. Je ne nyanagma. Esan Luni. And most especially, don't because of you or you want to move away from identity that you feel that is this identity is erroneous, you will not go and adopt another identity that is erroneous. Like I have said before, we are not Biafrans, we are Igbo. And there is nothing wrong with the Igbos that choose to pilot their affair with Biafra, but we are not Biafra. That should be stated at rightly. There is nothing wrong with the Igbos that choose to run their race with Biafrans. But we, Manesan, Esan Mahin, my Biafra. Why won't I know? If there is Esan chief, do you know that the Edo greets like Esan? Why would I know? We can discontinue that anytime. Have you ever seen any Edo person that introduced himself as Esan man? But you people always want Esan people to be saying that they are Beninese. And you say we are one. You don't identify yourself as Esan. You want the Esan to always identify themselves as Beninese. Does it work that way? If me, I'm your brother, you must identify yourself as me, and I will identify myself as you. So when you are saying, do I know, that palace, do you think it was built by only the Edo people? You can't lay claim to that palace only. If we divide our states today, the Esan have their states, we will not be answerable to Oba of Benin. We have who we call the Aigbe of Esan. Aigbe Esan. It's because we are together. It's because we are together. That is why you see that we are doing things together. But if we feel threatened in that togetherness, we have our right to repeat the history we made before. Maybe you are deaf. Let me block this guy. Let me block him. I've blocked him. So we have rights. It's not an abusive word. It's a word to call us to order. It's a word to call us to order. If you are saying, do you know that, what does that mean? Are we not the ones who built the kingdom together? We are the ones who built the kingdom together. Do you know that there are inside that palace, there are places where any other tribe cannot be? Inside that palace, Iwebo, there is restriction. There is a particular society in that palace where a man cannot be chief. It's only the Edos. Do you want me to start narrating things out? Because I pay full attention to everything that happens in there. So there's a whole lot of things that should be questioned. If we are one, we should not have restriction. inside the place of we call our father. If we have restriction, we have to move away. Inside that palace. So we are asking questions, and our questions should be answered. If we are one, why there is a particular chamber? Why is there a particular chamber inside the palace of Benin where any other tribe in that Edo state cannot become a member? It means there is something hidden. If we are one as claimed, is a question, and the question should be answered without saga, without abuse, without anger, without hate. If we are one like claim, there is no place inside my father's apartment that all my father's children cannot get to. I don't want to speak much. I don't want to speak much concerning that. These people, they want me to be talking what they don't know. Yes, very good question. Sir, what is the bone of contention? Who is this person? Kingsley. Oneness, Regina. Yes, the bone of contention is, I don't have to keep repeating myself. You just have to go and, because I want to close now, you have to go and listen to these broadcasts from the beginning again. The bone of contention is that we, the Esans, are not children of the Oba of Benin. The Oba of Benin are not children of the Esan either. We all have our history traced to Idu. That is why in Esan land, there is no place in Esan land that is named as Oba Market, Oba Street, Oba Nyagbon, Oba Retin, Oba Sugi. It's always Iduena, Iduoni, Iduonta, Iduena, Idunure. That is what we have, because that is our ancient identity. We all come from Idu, and nobody have monopoly to Idu, and nobody should lay claim to Idu only. You understand? Whether you are in Edo State or outside Edo State, we need to be able to understand that we have a lot of commonalities amidst us. But at the detriment of our oneness, a group of people's history should not be tempered like our history has been tempered. So I felt my history is tempered. I know my history is tempered. That is why I am coming up to rightly sensitize the Esan people. The bone of contention is that, my brother, the Esan race did not begin from 11th century. The Esan race did not begin from the advent or the era when that word Esan was chosen. We have been existing before the word Esan. The bone of contention is when you hear our people ask Jumada Vae, they always say that we do Madavae. The bone of contention is no, we are not. We are not. Because Edo is a person, and his name is Edo, and he was the slave of, sorry, not the slave, the servant of Prince Ogun that was killed. And to compensate him or to commemorate him, that group was named after him. That is when that word Edo came. So before that Edo, the Esan people has been existing. So you say, where is Idu is not literally a location, or it's not stuck into a geographical location. Idu is a person who is the progenitor of group of people, of a people, is called Pa Idu. is called Pa Idu. The place where the person was born can be called Idu. Does not mean, okay, it's just like Urokbota. Urokbota Hall in Benin. If that Urokbota was a country, it does not mean that that place called Urokbota happened to be Urokbota just like that. For example, Urokbota is an Esa man who came with a strong defense medicine power to that geographical location now called Benin. And when he gave some words, the Yoruba said, Okota, then Uro means chamber, quarter. So they now gave him that chamber as his quarter to be residing. And he was residing there, implementing his defense spiritual power. And that is why you have that place that is called Urokbota. So because that place is called Urokbota today, does it mean that that is where Urokbota actually hailed from? Or that is where Urokbota started his race? Urokbota came from Esan. Just as Idu did not fall from the sky. Is a person. The place where he settled and began his existence or his engagement or his life can be called Idu, but Idu is a person. That is why it's called Pa. Pa means elder, ancient person. And in that southern part of the world today, most of the southern part of the world and some other parts, I mean, I say southern part of the world, southern part of Nigeria, so to say. Southern part of Nigeria, southeast, southwest, south. Most of them, they have affinity, they are affiliated to Idu. If you get to the east, you will still see Idu areas. So, if we really understand the mere lip services we are one that we are talking about, we should be able to know that there is no reason for we to be hating and fighting ourselves, irrespective of our similar and dissimilar spoken languages. We should be able to know that we have shared a lot of commonalities amidst us by reason of long time coexistence. By reason of long time coexistence. This is what it means. So no group of people have monopoly to Idu. No group of people can lay claim to Idu only to say they are only the Idu. If we are doing that, there is no time we will be able to set the unity of Africa at large together. Because we've not been able to understand our oneness for real. We've not been able to see Igbo man as Yoruba man, as Benin man, as Urobo man. Urobo man has not been able to see himself as that. We need to see ourselves as who we are, but not at the detriment of misnarrating a group of people history in that Idu unity. This is what we need to understand. Any history that is tempered is by reason of supremacy concepts. It's by reason of supremacy concepts where one wants to be seen as the supreme. And if as a group of people, there is no cause that would be able to judge against you for coming up to question a particular history. There is no juju that will be able to kill you for coming up to question a particular history. Except you don't know what you're doing. except you don't know what you are doing. Like I stated earlier, there is no group of people, whether deaf or dumb, that you put honey into their mouth and the person will spit it away. Nobody will want to break away from any unity concept that they are rated equal, that they have the same value. No group of people will dare. When you see people breaking away from unity, do you see how Benin is been reducing from time? People have been breaking away. Because we don't want to humble ourselves to ourselves, because we don't want to speak the truth out. We must speak the truth out for we to be able to continue to pilot the affair of Okba Mahin. Or Okba Mahin. Or we are one. I repeat, no courts will be able to find you guilty for coming up to challenge a particular history that is erroneously stated. In short, when you take me go court now, I will explain myself well, ask some detailed question to the world, and the world will reason with me. You cannot say, if you see snake and you see a man, fair kill the snake. Fair kill the Esan man. The Esan person, you say na you na born the Esan person. Yet, you see get proverbs. When he talk, say, if you see this your pikin, you see snake, fair kill your pikin. Is there anybody where go see snake, he go fair kill pikin before he kill the snake? This is clear indication that we are not really and truthfully, it's normal. We are not angry about that proverbs. We are not angry about that proverbs at all. We are saying that it's true because if really and truthfully, we are the children of the Beninese, that proverbs will not be, it will not come out at the first place. It will never come out. Okay, let's ask, take me go court, me and still ask you this question for court. Have you ever seen a people, I go ask the judge, I will stand up, my Lord, I know you have children. Your children, is their language similar and dissimilar, irrespective of how long you people have stayed there? Their language cannot be similar and dissimilar because now one papa born them. So all these things, we know all these things, we just swallow things. You just swallow things to allow the so-called Okba Mahin to reign. You understand? So that is it. Most especially, our language has been bastardized. They will say, Donama Zese or Esan. As in the Edo way you not speak when I be Isha. Edo way come yesterday. The language, Edo language that was coined and embedded upon a person whose name is Edo. After the Oba dynasty, inside the Oba dynasty, that is the most recent dynasty in the Benin Kingdom, event happened, and a person whose name is Edo was killed, and that group was named Edo, and they now endured language. When you see things inside Wikipedia, you should be able to question all these things, and we are coming up, we have right to question what I am questioning now. I am not questioning it based on hate, I am questioning it based on intelligence reasoning. You cannot call this language endured language. The Esan language is not in any way part and parcel of endured language. Because Edo is a recent happening. The Esan has been there before the advent of Edo. So how the Esan will not come and become endured language as it is stated in Wikipedia? So let's do justice. If you are fighting justice, you are crying that the Yoruba people inserted wrong history into Wikipedia. Have you also checked yours to be able to reason, to say, this thing is easy to understand? Like me, I'm a lover of maths. I'm a lover of maths. I did chop for that maths for school that time. So that is why they always reason, they calculate where they ask question. And they ask question. Edo just happen. An Esan that has been there will now come and become inside idiot language. This is supremacy concept. It's not proven beyond reasonable doubt. Because whatever it is that is proven beyond reasonable doubt, question will not emanate. Question will not emanate. Questions will not emanate. Most of the kingdoms there are referred to as Oba Ewa reconquest. When you conquer a people, for example, does that mean the people, you are the one that gave birth to the people? Go and check your Wikipedia and ask how many kingdoms the Oba Ewa reconquer. They will tell you that these are the Oba Ewa reconquest. So are we the one that put the history out? We are using the history that is put out there to do history, to do justice to the Esan history. You can't call a people your children and you still be the one to conquer them. My brother, if you are just open your heart to what I am saying. Say what I want now. I am talking to Esan people. What I want now is Esan focus. We need to focus on Esan. We need to debunk all falsehood history against us. And that is what I want now, is what I am saying out now. Swallow your pride and accept truth. What I want now is what I am saying out now. You cannot conquer a people, go to a people's kingdom, conquer them, and on the long run you say you are the father of the people and you are the mother of the people. People that were existing on their own, you came and conquered them. You conquer them, yes. Agreed. But they are not your children. There are different forms of unity. There are different sets of unity. Unity happens by reason of long-term coexistence. Unity happens by reason of brothers and sisters. Unity happens by reason of friendship. So when we say we are one by reason of this unity, the unity ought to be adequately checked. What form of unity is it? The form of unity is not a unitary concept where the Benin people gave birth to the Esan people. Never. We agreed to unity, but the form of unity is not the unity where the Benin people gave birth to the Esan people. Are we saying there are no book record history that attests, that says that? Yes, there are a lot of history. These are erroneous history that has been written. If we should check the Benin monarchy, the Red Book that is recently written, is it not because they felt that there are a lot of erroneous history that has been narrated by the Yorubas? Don't we also have rights to come and write our book? To appropriate history that has been erroneously narrated upon us? Everybody have right to defend their group of people. The Esan people, it might be that we did not start now, but when we start, we overtake. That is what everybody, even in that Benin, they know. We don't start when others started, but when we start, we overtake. That is just the truth. So what I'm saying now, I'm not saying it because I just feel that I want to disrespect a group of people. No, I am saying it because I want the value of my Esan people to be retained. To be retained. Forget Gogo. Gogo is garbage in, garbage out. People put things in Gogo. No Esan person should be satisfied with histories. Our Esan history that is traced and ended to we came from Oba of Benin. We are children of Oba of Benin. Or how did the Esan come? they will just narrate to say the Esan people moved away from Benin. When we moved away from Benin, that is when they started narrating our history. Is that where our history starts from? So it is not your problem, it is our problem, because we are the one who loose-guarded ourselves and accept everything that is written against us or upon us. We are supposed to say, no, our history did not start from the time the Esan people dashed away from a unity concept where a very hardened decree was made that even affected our population. Because for 3 years, imagine, nobody was giving birth, no sexual intercourse. But the king that made that decree was having sex with his wife, producing children. So we saw that we cannot bear that again. We dashed away. And we started moving away. And that word was adopted because it's a particular event, very, very significant, to ascribe. Esan is a word to ascribe a group of people. It's not a word to disclose the very beginning of a group of people. It's not. Esan, please, we should get our history right. Esan is not a word to disclose the history of the very beginning of a group of people. Esan is a word to ascribe a group of people. Thus, or in other words, this group of people have been existing for years before the word Esan. So our history cannot begin from the word Esan. When history that is narrated ought to narrate everybody's greatness the way it was in the beginning of Edu. In the era of Edu. Not history that is narrated and only one part is seen continuously, like as if the other people were giving birth to in the era of Oba dynasty. It does not happen anywhere now. So I am saying it here with all confidence. I am not out for disrespect. I am not out for saga. I am not out for divisiveness. I am not out for saga. If you feel I am out to disrespect or abuse, there is also law against abuse. There is also law against divisiveness. You can sue me to court. You can file a case on me. Sue me to court. You can sue me to court. Then let's go and defend ourselves in court. This is what I said. This is my video broadcast. Don't I have rights to question some particular history? Let me block this one that say you are confused. All those are pro-analyzer. I will not be confused when I tell you that we are children of Oba Of Benin. I will not be confused. Who is this person? Michael Eweliafo. Okay. Yes, if you want me to be coming up with messages like this, you have to be sharing. You have to be sharing. This person that says you are confused, this is a blogger or a pro-analyzer. Please, I urge you to cut my video to take it everywhere. So that people will start hearing. If you are bold enough, cut my video, topic it that Aigbe Okosun says the Esa people are not children of the Oba of Benin. You don't need to come and abuse me. If you abuse me, I will block you immediately. Since you are a blogger, I give you a right to blog my page, take it wherever you want to take it to. Because people need to start hearing the truth, especially the Esan people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've spent a lot of time today. I never planned to spend so much time. Okay, Aigbe Okosun power. Who are you? Okay, who are you and what are you doing here? Mind you, here is no saga platform. We are serious-minded people. Thank you very much. We are serious-minded people here who knows what we want. Exactly. You had rather rush out your ass here. Okay. Thank you. That is very correct. Yes, innocent, smart. That is why I'm putting this message so that they will start thinking. Our onojes, our great onojes. Onoje say sanrele, ato akai, Zaki, ojesan. Ato akai. Because mera o, meno omone san biele. Mera. Like this, my brother is saying, I say, my brother, our great onoges of Esan land still have some work to do on this issue by unfolding the truth without hiding anything. Yes, so there is no truth that will be hidden for long that will not burst out. And when it bursts out, it will spoil a lot of things because people will start using anger. So it's better to set things straight. Yes, now that is what they do now. I did not come here to abuse anybody. I am only here being angry for my own people that we have allowed our history to be tempered for long. I am angry on my people that we have misplaced our cultural identity by adopting Christianity largely. I am angry for my people that we don't mostly bear our Esan names. I am not here to abuse anybody. So I see no reason why one person will come and tell me that I am confused because I am not rating them as the superintendent. So even when I was, you see, that was why they were rushing after me when they hear Great Benin Emancipation. The way I was earnestly defending the Benin integrity. I always call it integrity because I see that some people who are land grabbers by reason of Nigeria is not working well, they want to just group a group of people together and call them Biafra. And I came out, I did justice. You understand? So that does not mean that I emancipate with the name Great Benin Emancipation. Have you ever emancipated with Great Esan Emancipation? Do you have any page that you have ever identified yourself with Great Esan Emancipation? Okay, let me answer this comment before I go. Say you just want to make name. We are in peace. Let us continue to coexist in peace. Don't cause confusion in our mind. Who don't want to make name? So far, in as much you are not making name in a dubious way. Who don't, you that is here, so you don't want you to make name? Who don't want to make name? If that is where you are taking it to, let's be realistic to ourselves. Is there any human being that is living on earth that don't want to make name? You have to make name in the right part of history. My video will be there for our Esan people to listen to. Now and after. My video will be there. It's my name. Will be there. At the detriment of let's coexist does not mean we should keep mute when we see all manner of falsehood history. Nobody is saying we should not coexist. The Delta state that went today, are we saying we are not coexisting? Not be Nigeria, all of us still be. The message here today is that it's not to say we don't want to coexist with anybody. See wahala. Who don't want to make name? I am here because of this name. It will be in my name that Esan's son came out. This message I am putting on social media will remain on social media for life. Except social media will be no more. It will remain on social media. Our Esan people, we see it. People that are more intelligent than me, they will see it and start doing justice to our history. That is the name I want to make, bro. I need you to get the facts straight. I need you to get the facts straight. Our Esan people, those intellects, we have a lot of intellects who are overlooking things. They are just overlooking things. So they need to come on board. We are not disagreeing that we are not one. Yes, we are one. But not at the detriment of manipulating our history for a long time. Not at the detriment of even marginalizing us in Edo State. You should get it. You should just get it. It's a simple analogy. It's a simple analogy. I might not be able to do all, but I have the voice. When I put the voice out, it's amplifying the necessity that should be done in Esan land. And the people that have all the capability to go and implement what I am saying now, they will go and implement it. That is the name I am making. That is the name I am making. You should know me that I am not a talk away person. That's not someone you can talk in and talk out of lane. You can't talk me out of my lane. Except I decided to say, okay, I want to go in. No matter what you have to say, I have answer to give you, except I want to ignore you. You say I want to make name. Which name? Should I keep mute? Should I keep mute? Let us take statistics. Go and check the people Obaseki is employing in all those leadership positions in Abrusali University. This is gross marginalization. I am following closely. Most of the Esan people there are dropped. And we are saying the Hausa people are marginalizing us when we are also marginalizing ourselves. Don't allow me to say things that I know you don't know. But I have to say it so that my people will wake up. It is not Ishan, Elvis. It is not Ishan. If you are still spelling your own Bini, B-I-N-E-I, there is never history. It is you people that have been narrating our history as Ishan. It is not Ishan. It's not I-S. It's not I-S-H-A-N. It's E-S-A-N. Point of correction, number one. And when you say, what is my problem? We don't have problem. I don't have problem at all. Except you have caught a wound in your ears. You choose to pay deaf ear to the truth I am telling you. You know within your subconsciousness that what I am saying now, there are elements of truth in everything I am saying now. Don't pay deaf ear to what I am saying. I am asking you that if the child you gave birth to, if really and truthfully you are the one that gave birth to that child, will you see a snake? Will you tell people that when they see a snake, they should first kill your child first? Answer, that is what I am asking. These are questions. Don't jump from subject matter to another matter. I am telling you that the Esan people are not children of the Oba of Benin. Is that problem? We are part and parcel of ourselves. Is that problem? That is not problem. It's history that I saw needful to be stated out. To be stated out. That is no problem. Erroneous history. Why was the Red Book launched? Was it not against history that has been narrated erroneously against the Benin people? Why did you not ask what is the problem of the Benin people? Why didn't you ask, let us just remain and be coexisting like that? We don't have problem with the Yoruba people. I am speaking facts. You know from your subconsciousness that what I am telling you now is correct. You just have to go and speak with your people to say, let's stop all this. You have to advise your people. That is if you really understand what one mean, oneness, or Bama, if you really understand it. Except you are just enjoying supremacy concept. But if you really want the truth, or you really want peace, like you claim, you have to go and speak with your people. Ask them question. Ask them question. Tell them to stop some erroneous narrative. Ask them why will there be idiot languages, idiot that came from Edo, and Edo is yesterday happiness. And these languages that are inserted into idiot languages has been existing before Edo came on board. Has been existing before Edo came on board. Is that not erroneous? So don't I have right to challenge such that I know it fully well that this is when the Edo came on board. I know fully well that Edo is an individual, a person, a messenger. I know fully well that Edo is a servant boy to Prince Ogun, who became Oba the first. I know fully well that he was killed, and to commemorate and compensate him, Oba the first, Prince Ogun, who became Oba the first, named that group Edo. And on the long run, you now endured all the languages into Edo that came yesterday. Who will accept that? Except you don't know. All right. Okay. I remember my whole self, Aigbe Okosun, Oneness Biele. Keep up with this page, and most especially there is a lot concerning ASAN that you will not see on this page. That is why, as ASAN person, follow the number up there. You can also come and become part of us in this ASAN Focus Association. We are gallantly on ground here in Italy, and I also want to say shout out to all the representative of ASAN Focus Association on ground there in Nigeria, and then shout out to the Speaker of the House of ASAN Focus Association. Shout out to every ASAN Focus Association members and leaders, and above all, I implore all ASAN persons that are listening to me now that really want to see the development of ASAN land, that really want to see justice being done to ASAN history, not online, not in a sagalicious way. I implore you to come and become part of us. Membership is open to any ASAN sons and daughters. God bless you. Aigbe Okosun speaking. Bye for now, till I come your way some other